Hello, this is Dimitri with UGears US Ukidz LLC. Today we're going to be assembling Harry Potter's Hogwarts Express. That was one of the requests there on the videos for me, so I'm going to go ahead and put it as a priority list and do this one first ahead of other models that I was planning to do. This is pretty cool model. About 504 parts. It is a DIY kit. Obviously no glue required. Everything that you need comes inside the kit. We had that model for a while. It's been pretty popular. It's a train, so besides being Harry Potter, it also will serve our train enthusiasts. So let's go ahead and open up the box. It is a book style. We have, let's see, an instruction manual in here. I'm gonna put it the right way, right away. Let's see, we got 7 boards here. They're wrapped in plastic, so I'm just gonna go ahead and remove that little plastic piece that's holding them together. I'm gonna put the boards on the side. We do have a large or sandpaper, so the size doesn't really matter, but I have a bunch of them saved up from the previous assembly, so that one's good. Obviously the wax stick, also have another one from an old assembly. We do have a spring in here, have a couple rubber bands, and another little board with the wheels. I'm gonna put the box on the side and let's take a look at the manual. So obviously the first instruction and first warning is that carefully remove parts, make sure you don't break them. It is intended for self-assembly without any glue, and you can contact, or sorry, if you have any difficulty to put something together, put a little bit of a wax on there, or if you run out of wax, regular candle wax would work. Also, all the moving parts need to be waxed. Because this is a candle, there's a warning, obviously, do not light it up. You don't need to heat it up to apply, so you just rub it on. Page number 3's got some symbols that you will see in the manual. So the first one is the to wax, right? So it shows the candle wax, the little tea light candle like this. Use the gears, or you can dip it in, or obviously this candle and a little toothpick on there. Where you see the sandpaper, you need to make sure you sand the parts. Exclamation point or exclamation mark, you need to pay attention. If you see 2 gears with the 2 arrows, meaning that you need to check the motion and you need to make sure those components are moving against each other, so gear interacting and there is a movement in the mechanism. And then a little fan with arrows, meaning that it's a free moving part, so probably like some cylinder or something moving around the axis. So that one, you see it occasionally through the manual. Plus sign means next to the part, means it's a spare. So you'll see through the boards as you assemble it, some spare components on there. They're listed right here. Those are the numbers that you will have as a spare on the boards. Also, if you break the part, you can contact us or the manufacturer. It's info@ugears.us, or the manufacturer's address is customerservice@ugearsmodels.com. I'll ship at no charge if you purchased it from one of the local stores or directly from my website. If you purchased it on Amazon or elsewhere, most likely it's coming from the manufacturer, so they will do replacement at no charge. Obviously, if you purchase it elsewhere and you want expedited shipping, in the sense that we'll ship it from the US warehouse, there will be a little shipping charge if it was bought elsewhere, not through my sources. All right, let's go on. There is a helping tool. It is on board number 1 in the bottom right corner. So let's pull it off right away. That's going to help us with some of the assemblies. Here it shows how to apply wax and helping tool you can use for the smaller part to punch them out of the board. All right, that's what's shown on page number 4. Couple of symbols that you might see on here on this page, and also how to push the part out from the board. I also use it sometimes to snap the parts together because it gives you a little bit more surface area, especially against these smaller parts. All right, let's start assembly. We're on page number 4, step number 1 on the right hand side. We got 2 parts number 1. They're in the top left corner of board number 1. So let's go ahead and work them out. And let's see, we also need step number 2. We need parts number 2, 3, and 4. They also in the top left corner. We need number 2. We need part number 3, it's at top left corner, and part number 4, a little bit below there, below 2 on the left hand side. All right, and so these guys, we need 2 wax, sand and wax. I do have a precision file that I use to sand the parts. It is a little bit easier. They're available pretty much at any, should be available at any home goods store or home store, like home improvement store, Home Depot, Menards, Lowe's, probably, what's the other one? Harbor Freight, and obviously Amazon, probably Walmart, be my assumption. All right, can't really, there is a connection point on the gear here, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. It's on the tooth, so could be potentially a little problem when you running the mechanism. All right, so we do need to wax it after that, and go ahead and do it all around. Make sure every tooth is waxed. Also the parts number 2 and number 4 cylindrical, they do need to be waxed also. Alrighty, so number 4, it's a little larger than number 2, also has 2 little dashes on here, so like on the surface to identify the part. Wax it around. 2 part number 1s, we put it together. Number 2 is gonna go from the shorter part. That's, once again, the number 2 is a smaller component, so looks like there's a little bit of a directionality there. And then if it doesn't go very easy, you can apply a little bit of wax on the surface. So in my case, it didn't go very easy. I will apply a little bit of wax on the surface of part number 1, just to make sure that we can snap it all the way to the end. So once you apply the wax, it is much easier to push it all the way in. You need to make sure it's against the little teeth, little parts that are sticking out here. Then part number 3, the way we need to put it on here, I'm gonna put a little bit of wax based on my experience with the previous one. Part number 3, we need to make sure that the teeth, as you inserted, the teeth are facing clockwise direction. So that's where we at, and that one also needs to go all the way in to the surface. That will stop it, and then number 4 to lock it up. A little harder. The board is a little thicker, so the tolerances are somewhat on a larger side. A little bit hard to push it in, but need to work it in. And then step number 3, we need 2 parts number 5. They're in the top left corner, and that's one of the parts smaller. I would use the little helping tool kind of to work it in and out a little bit to push these guys out. And then if they don't go out very easy, you can use the little hobby knife to pre-cut them out and get them out of the board. So I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on there just to make it easier to push it through, and then we put them through the little hole that now is visible on part number 1 from left and right hand side. So once you line up, you can push it in a little bit. Just to make sure that it gets into the inside the hole. And then, as I mentioned before, I prefer to use the helping tool just to push it in, because it gives you a little bit more surface area, so you can apply more pressure to get it all the way in as far as they can go. That's our A1. I'm gonna put it aside, move on to the page number 5. Step number 1, in the top left corner, we got part number 6. We're still on board number 1. It's a little bit to the left of the center line at the top of board number 1. And then we need 2 parts number 7 and 3 parts number 8. They're on the left hand side. Number 8 are a little bit higher, and number 7 right below, or right at the middle, I guess, of the board on the edge. So these are part number 8 and 2 parts number 7. You gotta work it in a little bit, and then if they don't come out very easy, there are connection points, so you can use the hobby knife to kind of slice it in between the part and the board, cutting the connection point off, and then it'll be much easier to remove it right after that. So, all right, so part number 6, with the circular opening towards you and a little tab away or on the left hand side. Parts number 7 is gonna go on the left, the 2 holes here, and part number 8 in the other 3 holes. So you need to make sure that this little tiny hole that is on there, once again I'm gonna wax these little tabs, because in my case it's on the larger tolerance. So in my case, the little hole on part number 7 that goes on the first hole that is closest to you gonna face you. So just insert it all the way in, and then the second one gonna go away from you. So they kind of looking in the opposite directions. And then part number 8 obviously doesn't matter. I'm putting a little bit of wax on all the tabs. That will make it easier to insert. And these are gonna go into 3 other holes. So 1, 2, and 3. Make sure that they're all the way in, sitting flush with the bottom surface. And let's see, step number 2, we insert our A1. That's gonna go from the bottom into this center hole. So the teeth are once again clockwise, and then that's the way you insert it, and leave it on for now. Step number 3, we need our spring. So take it out of the envelope, and then there's a little hook, and that hook needs to face in a counterclockwise direction. So in the center there's a straight part. The straight part is gonna go in between parts number 1. So you need to split them up a little bit and insert that spring into that split. Kind of combination of both, a little tough because we have put the little connectors on there, or part number 4 specifically. So you need to find that little opening. There we go. And once again, your little hook is facing outward. So we push it down all the way to the surface as far as you can push it. And let's see, so as we come out, we need to make sure, so that's obviously it's a spring. We need to make sure that it comes out. There's a little indicator on the, part number 6 here where that little hook's gonna go. So your spring needs to come out right by that number 8 where that indicator, in between there and outside towards the next 8 that is closer to you. So I'm gonna just fiddle it around. Make sure it comes out here, and then it continues outside of these parts, number 7 and number 8. So once again, our spring goes inside, everything is inside, comes out in between this one and this one, and then stays on the outside. And so that's our A2. And let's see, and our hook is counterclockwise, facing counterclockwise direction. And then we put part number 9 on top of it. That's on board number 1, and let's see, the bottom left, or I guess on the left hand side, because it's a long piece. So as you take it out, make sure you break all the connection points at the connection points. So work it out slowly and carefully to make sure not to snap the part. And then these little decorations or lines that are drawn, they should be facing up, and as they're facing up, we're gonna put it over. Apologize, I needed to put part number 2, top left corner. We're back on page number 5, step number 4, and then part number 2, once again, we need to shave off with the sandpaper or your file those connection points, and as you shave them off, you need to put a little bit of wax on the outside of number 2, and then part number 2 is going to go over part number 1. Now you need to squeeze them again and put that part over, and push it as far as it can go, almost all the way to the spring. Might have to push it a little bit further as we go. Once again, double check, make sure your spring comes out. In my case, it fell back in, so it comes out in between this guy and this guy. All right, and now that part number, we're back on page number 6. This large guy with that spring, you need to put it over where the arrows are at. That's the hole. Line up number 7s and number 8s. You can use your helping tool a little bit to help align these guys. And snap it all the way in as far as it can go. Once again, it has to go all the way to the surface, which is, you can see it's equivalent of the width of the spring, almost a little bit, gives a little bit of a slack, but not that much. So go over on every single tab and make sure it's completely locked. Once again, it tells you to make sure that your spring exits in the right location. case it's let's see. So this is over, it is in between top, or the way they showed in here, it's in between this one and this one. So we check, make sure that the spring comes out right here, goes outside on this side, and we all good after that. So just double checking. And now we need to wind this guy in the direction that the arrows are shown up until this little tab hits, or the hook hits this tab, and then we push it onto the tab. So it may take a little bit of a resistance as you're winding it, because obviously you're winding a spring and you need to hold it. I'm holding it on the bottom and on the top, because it's gonna try to unwind on you. And as you can see, this little hook is approaching the tab, and then once it gets to the tab, you want to do maybe a little bit more winding, so gives it a little bit of a pressure. Make sure it doesn't jump in, so it's hooked on that little tab. And now we use our helping tool to push it onto that tab to lock it in. And you want to push it as far as you can. Make sure it opens up and locks in. The board is a little thicker, so let me see. So once it's on that tab, it's not going to go anywhere, and it's going to hold it, prevent the spring from going on inside. So that's, we're done with that part, A3. Gonna put it aside for now. Move on to page number 7 and continue with our assembly. Step number 1, we need parts number 11 and 10, two number 11s and 10. Let's see where that's at. Number 10 is on the left hand side, and 11 is right above them. And so once again, I'm going to put a little bit of wax on these little tabs to help me insert it. There's 2 sides, so the number 11 is going to go on one from the top. Guess it doesn't matter which way, and the other one from the bottom, obviously the opposite hole, all the way in. And then step number 2, we need parts number 12. They're on the left hand side. There's one right here at the top left corner, almost corner, and there's more on the left hand side, so one is in the middle, so take that out. Remove any extra material if there is any. We need to sand it and wax. So sand up the parts. And wax it over. Making sure that we're still recording. And we are. And these gonna go over part number 10 on left and right hand side. Once again, make sure it's all the way in, all the way to the edges. There's a little step on there, so it's not gonna go all the way. It's not gonna be completely flush, but once again, push it as far as it can go. So once again, it's a little bit, if it doesn't go all the way in, a little bit tiny wax on both edges, and it should slide a little bit better as far as it needs to go. There you go. And that's our A4. Next step, number 1 in the middle of page number 7, we need part number 13, 14, and 15. So 13 is in the top right corner. There are 2 of them, so pull 1 out. And 14 are, and 15, there are 2 of them. We're going to assemble 2 separate ones, although they look the same. But we'll see in a second. So 114 and 115. And also we'll need in a little bit later. So there's a little triangle in here. So with the larger surface facing away from you, number 14, it's going to go from the top. And now need to figure out which one is number 14, number 15. Pull them out without indicating anything. So this looks like number 15. Yep. So number 14 is going to go from the top on the hole that is closest to you. Once again, a little bit of a wax. In my case, it's on the larger, the tolerances are on the larger side. And then number 15, gonna go from the bottom in a hole that is away from you. And then let's see, step number, I'm going to keep 14 on the top just in case. We need part number 16 in the top right corner and 2 parts number 12. They're on the left hand side here on the bottom. That's the board breaking, not the parts, because it's this thin part here, so it's a little tough to take it out. All right, so as before with part number 12, we need to sand all the connection points and wax it all around. And we do need to wax part number 16. Oh, okay, I see the difference. So the difference between the two, the only difference where this little line is facing. So there's a line on part number 16. And in our case, it needs to face, I'm gonna wax these little tabs, extensions. So in our case, it's gonna go from the longer side. First part, it needs to be in the top left corner quadrant, facing about 10 o'clock or so, 10:30 maybe, all the way down. And then part number 12 to lock it in. And part number 12 from the other side. And that's our A5. And then A6 is the same thing, once again, except number 16. Gonna be facing that little arrow, or dash. It's gonna facing at about 2 o'clock as you look at it. So 15, 14, and I'm taking all the parts out right away. Prepare it for the assembly, and 2 12s in the bottom left corner, the last 2. Wax 14 tabs and 15 in my case, I need to wax it, and yours probably not, depending on what the tolerance came out. All right, wax or sand number 12. Sand and wax in that sequence. And then number 16 also. And if you see any burrs or material in between the teeth, make sure you remove that material, as it will prevent from easy operation. All right, so 14 from the top, I guess it wouldn't matter. That's gonna go in a hole that is closer to you. 15 on the bottom, hole that is away from you. I guess it doesn't matter, it's just as long as you put them on correctly, so it creates that little nice cone shape part. Number 16 and 12. So once again, 16, there's a little dash facing to the about 2 o'clock position. And then number 12, and that creates our number A6. Gonna put it on the side, on the right hand side, just to make sure that we have 5 and 6 separated. I'm sure we'll be able to figure out later on, but just to be faster. Step number 1 on the bottom right of page number 7, we need part number 17 and 18. So 17 is going to be on the top right corner here, right at the edge, and 18 is right above it. Looks like there's some space for the rubber bands on there. And then the 18 is going to go into this little hole, rectangular hole on part number 17. So put a little bit of wax, insert it. I'm going to use the helping tool just to make sure that it's all the way in and nice and flush. And that's our A7. All right, moving on to the page number 8. Take our sub-assembly, and then A4, that's the one without the gear. That's going to go into the first hole on the right hand side. A5 with the gear, and that's the one, that indicator, that's top, that little line is the top an 11 o'clock position, or about 10:30 or so. That's going to go into the second hole in the middle. And then A6, once again with the gear closer to the part, with the 2 or 1:30 position, 2 o'clock position, that's going to go on the left hand side. So 3 lines, and now we need to put on the so I inserted it with the gears. Make sure the gears are facing the direction that it shows. So this one is facing at 11 o'clock, this is at 2 o'clock, little dashes, and then we put part number 19, 3 of them, and part number 20 on top. Make sure that this thicker surface that is not doesn't have the holes, that's the one that's facing down. So part number 19 is on board number 1 in the top, bottom right corner. Because these are wheels, you don't really need wax on the outside, although they're cylinders. Those are going to go on first. Once again, with the, just remove the extra material if there is there. So it doesn't matter in sequence, but make sure that thicker surface is going to go down or face down on all 3. And then part number 20, it's on a separate board, that little tiny board 8. That one's gonna go 1, 2, 3. That's gonna go right over. So same thing, the thicker portion down, down, and down. that will give us also indicated the location of these little dashes on part number 16. All right, moving on to the page number 9. We need to insert our A7 into this hole right here, right next to the wheel on the left, with the this little step down, facing or towards you. So that's going to go from the left onto this little tabs right here. So I'm going to wax these tabs once again. I'm having a little bit of a thickness, not thickness, but I'm going to put and this is going to go into step, going to be right at that part here. And let's see, insert it, make sure it sits all the way in, just like this, and that's our part A. Moving on to the page number 10, checking the clock, make sure that we're still recording, we're still good to go. Step number 1 on page number 10, top left corner, we need part number 21 on board number 1. Let's see, part number 21, that's going to be right at the center line, a little bit below the middle. And then we need 4 parts number 22. Parts number 22, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. There's a little rectangle with all 4 of them are in there. Let me push that rectangle out so I can get them out easier. Need to work them out a little bit. And then once again, I'm going to put a little bit of wax on the, well, you need to put wax on the top and wax on the tabs, just to make sure, for in my case, that I can insert them a little bit easier. Obviously, you can try without the wax, but it makes it a little bit easier to insert them. And all right, so let's look at the 21. We need to wax all the gears, obviously, all the gear teeth all around. And now we need to look at these little teeth on the inside, little tabs. We need to make sure that they're facing clockwise direction. So, and that's how we're going to put it down. And then the part number 22 is going to go from the tab into that little rectangular holes. And they need to, the long axis need to go kind of like in a circular motion, or horizontal or vertical, perpendicular to the normal. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's our B1. Gonna put it on the side. Step number 1 in the middle at the top. We need parts number 23, 24, 25, 26, 22, 27s. All right, so 26 right at the center, a little bit above the middle. 24 is going to be on the right hand side. 23 was a little bit to the right of the center line, above 26. 25 is going to be on the right hand side to the left of 24. 26 we already pulled out, and then 27, they're on the right hand side. There's a long line of them. Need to work it out a little bit. To get these out. We need 2 of these right now. All right, so I'm gonna wax the sides, the forks, for the part number 24 and 25. That's just to make it easier to put it together. 27, we need to sand in the outside, the connection points, and then wax it all around. And then obviously we need to sand and wax number 23 and 26. And then 26. All around. All right, so 24 has a longer tab on the back there. That's going to go from 23 from the left hand side, and 25 is going to go from the right hand side through 23 over part number 24, and make sure we get it all the way in. Press it together. So now we have a little bit shorter side where the 27 is going to go onto on one end. All the way in, and then from the other end on the longer tab we have the little part number 26. Look the way that openings are, so like the sharp point's gonna go counterclockwise. That's the way we put the part on, all the way up until as far as it can go, and then lock it up with the 27 at the end. Once again, line up to the X and press it from the top to get it all the way in nice and flush. That's our B2. Put it on the side. Step number 1 on the bottom left is step, let's see, parts number 29, 28, 29, 30, and 227s. So 30, 28, 29, and 30 all next to each other at the top right corner here. And then 27's on the right hand side. I'm gonna pull all of them out, just the long piece, so it's easier to take them out. And same thing, we need to sand these guys. And wax all around. While I'm with the wax, I'm gonna wax the part number 30 also, and then 27 and 29 and 28. Also. All the tabs, all the little parts, side and a fork. Alrighty. So I've broken off a little bit of a piece here, which is fine because it should not affect the integrity. So 28 is going to go from the shorter, 27 is going to go from the shorter side. It's just an axle, and then 30 is going to go from the longer side. All the way in, and then lock it up with 27. So although I've broken off a little bit of a piece of part number, I think it's either 28 or 29, still in my case, your case should be fine too. It's not gonna lose much integrity because you're only missing that one little tab, and it's still nice and solid. So that's our B3. And then moving on to step number 1 in the center here on the bottom, I need parts number 32 and 31, two 32s. Let's see, they're still on board number 1, right in the middle on the right hand side. Work it out. I'm gonna see if I can pre-cut a little tab here, just to make it easier to get it out, right and left hand side. And then part number, let's see, 31, that's on the bottom right. So part number 31, obviously we need to wax all the teeth. I'm gonna wax the tabs on 32 and little fork. And then with the teeth facing, I guess it wouldn't matter right now. Oh, it's showing that, well, that wouldn't matter either. Teeth facing clockwise direction, and then 32 from the front's gonna go flat, horizontal, and then from the back vertical. And I'm gonna use my helping tool to push it all the way in so the gear is locked in between. Alrighty, on step number 2, we need parts number 27, 2 of them. Uh, 33 and 30. So 33 and, let's see, 30 and 33. 30 is in the bottom right. It's a little gear, and then 33 is the top right. Little, looks like a flywheel. All right, so remove all the extra material, and we need to sand and wax part number 27. All around, and then sand and wax. And obviously we need to wax the gear. All around. All right, so with the teeth facing clockwise direction as you're looking at the sub-assembly that we just did, part number 33 is going to go from the front, and make sure your openings are also facing clockwise direction, these little cutouts. So we're going to put it on as far as it can go, and then part number 27 on top to lock it up. Make sure you line it up, and then snap it all the way in until it's flush. Then we flip it upside down, and part number 30 is going to go from the other end all the way, and then lock it up with 27. And it should look like this. So you got gear, little gear lower, and then the flywheel is at the front, and that's our B4. Moving on to the step page number 11, step number 1 there, we're gonna flip our sub-assembly A. So the longer piece facing to the right. And then we're gonna do the B1's gonna go over this little gear set at the top. Make sure these little tabs open up a little bit. All right, so we need to move that part so there's no spacing. Alrighty. Work on the friction a little bit. All right, so this is gonna go from the top with the little tabs facing up over this little gear that is sitting there. Then our B2, which is with the larger one, is gonna go right here into this little hole with the smaller gear towards the top. And there's two little tabs or dashes. They need to match the dashes on these two guys. All right, so we need to fiddle it a little bit and make sure the gears engage and everything is in, just like this. And then step number, we're moving on to the page number 12. We need to put the B4, it's gonna go in the top right corner here with the flywheel facing up. And then B3 is gonna go on the left or the hole in the center with the gear down, engaging into that little small gear and the large gear on the left, just like this. All right, and then we lock it up with port number 34, which is on board number 2 on the right hand side here. All right, and the design's facing outward, obviously. We need to make sure that all our little gears line up and are sitting nice and flush. All right, so this is the only gear that here we go. Everything is nice and sitting flush, all the little parts here. That's part number 34. Moving on to the page number 13. Now we need to put the wheels on. Same thing. Number 19 on the bottom right of page number 2. And then, board number 2, and then parts number 20 on board number 8. So board number 8 will be done after that. We can throw it away. And same thing, the thicker portion needs to be on the bottom, matching the other side. So we still have it on the bottom, and we put it on all 3 wheels. 1, 2, 3, and then 20 over the top, matching the thick portion. Then that's our B sub-assembly. Moving to the page number 14. Step number 1 at the top, parts number 37, 35, 36, and 37. They're on board number 1. 35 in the top right corner. 36 and 37. So 36 and is at the center on left hand side here, or middle on the left hand side. And 37 is a little bit below middle, middle on the right hand side. All right, so 37 is going to be at the end. 36, I'm gonna wax this little tabs, long pieces on part number 35 on both ends. So with the shorter piece, it's gonna go through 36, and they need to be, let's see, this little hole at the center is rectangular, so the longer side is going to be top and bottom, and we're going to go into the top hole. Same thing, match the other one. 36, and then to make sure all the holes are matching, and then the same thing with 37. So we need to match this little rectangle in the middle. And then step number 2, we need 3 more parts number 35 on the top right corner of board number 1. Push it out. And wax it up. And then they're gonna go into the with the shorter portion. Gonna go into the other 3 holes all the way in. Up until locks into the 37. Shorter side and then shorter side. I'm going to use my helping tool just to help me push these all the way in. And step number 3, we need parts number 38, 39, 40, and 41. So they're all at the center here. 38 is on the left, 39 is at top right, 40 is right in the middle here at the center, and 41 is right below. So 38's first. Let's see. A rectangle, longer sides. And that's, we're gonna push it all the way up to the ends here. 39 with the 2 tabs matching the little tabs on part number 38. $40 doesn't matter. And then lock it up with part number 41 at the top. Also directionality doesn't matter. All right, so that's our little key. And that one's gonna go into this little tab right here that is sticking out. And we need to make sure that our wheels work, right? So this one should be rotating regardless without any interference. Just need to work it in, make sure it's nice and smooth. and then the other need to move with a spring. So we need to work it in. As we wind up, it needs to unwind. It's going to be a little bit tough in the beginning. But we need to work it in, make sure the mechanism is working nice and smooth all around. So once again, I'm going to put it on. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, up until you feel a little bit of a pressure. I want to make sure that it's until it completely releases. Without any hesitation. On its own. Trying to find a nice easy position for my hands to make it unwind. So we need to continue playing with it until it completely unwinds on its own. So at least it's now started moving on its own a little bit. So I need to make sure that all the gears and all the wax settled in to reduce the friction as much as possible. And that's what pretty much for the next, I don't know, 30, 40 tries, you need to make sure that once you wind it up, it just unwinds. off the camera. And I'll get back to you so you don't have to watch me play with it. Okay, after playing with this for a little bit, here's what I got. So I'm holding the wheels with my finger, wind it up all the way, and then as I let it go, it unwinds almost all the way. I only got, let's see, 3 more 180 rotations in order to get it all the way. So it's rotating almost all the way, so as we continue playing with it, it's going to get better and better and better. So here's the full wind up until, don't force it too much, and then that's the unwind. So we're on page number 15. Let's see, we need to set up our step number 3. So parts number 42, 43, and 42. Let's see, 1, 2, that's wind up, everything works. Alrighty, so let's see, we need to line these guys up. And we need parts number 42 and 43. Let's see, 42 are in a little below the middle on the right hand side on board number 1. I need my helping tool to get these out. 42, 42, and then 43 right to the left of the center line here. I'm gonna take it out. And 1 we need it for the other side, so it's we're gonna do this side first. All right, so we need a little bit of our wax on there too, so the smaller, little thinner part and longer, that's gonna go into the middle, into here, and it should go through the both of the wheels. And then 42s, I'm gonna wax also on both sides, and the same thing there. The longer portion is gonna go into the wheels. Through both, it should go through both of the wheels, so it's all the way in as far as it can go. And same thing here. I'm gonna rotate it a little bit, insert it, and let's see, and then we need part number 44, that's on board number 2, right at the center here. Probably, I'm gonna need it for the next assembly too, so I can take both out, reducing the risk of breaking it. So first one is gonna go over all 3, and there's a shorter distance, right? So this little dot's gonna go towards the back of the whatchamacallit, train, and we just push it all the way in. Once again, I probably would go back. I waxed the tabs, but I didn't wax the actual part where it's going to be rotating. So need to put a little bit of a wax there, a little bit of a wax on the inside of part number 44. All the way on, and then 2 45s to lock it in. There's 45s. There will be on board number 2, top left. So we need 2 of these guys. I don't need any kind of just on the 2 outside. All right, then we'll flip it over, and we need to do the same thing on the opposite side. So we got 143, which I'm gonna wax all around now, I know. And with the longer part, it's gonna go through the whole, both wheels. And then 242s, they're on the bottom right of board number 1. Work those out. Need a little bit more working room here. Let me get these out. Here we go. And same thing, it's just a little bit wax on both ends. And that's with the longer portion, they're gonna go into the wheels. Front and rear. And let's see, rotate them a little bit. Part number 44. Same thing, a little bit of wax on the inside of the pieces, and then the the little dot goes towards the back, towards the key. And we put it on, and then 245s. Once again, top left of board number 2. Let's get this out. And we're gonna lock this on here. 1 and 2. Now I'm gonna double check on my wheels, make sure that I'm still spinning, and I'm spinning. Spin is nice and easy. Oh no, it's not. So we need to work it in, both sides. Oops. Just giving a little bit of a spacing between the surface and the wheel. Make sure it doesn't get locked up there. And let's see. We need that to be done on its own. With little help from you as possible. So we need to work these guys in. So once again, same thing, we just need to play with it a little bit. Until it completely unwinds or close to the end. And once again, you want to make sure it's done right now, so you don't have to have all the full assembly on you, and have to disassemble in order to get it working properly. Excuse me.
again, we want to make sure that it unwinds at least almost to the end, right? Maybe with a couple winding left, which should be fine. So it just shows you how much friction is in the wood. But as you can see, the more I play with it, the easier and the longer it goes unwinding. Keep on going, as I said, until you have almost completely unwound mechanism. A little more. Sorry guys, I mean you can fast forward, so it's just working in the mechanism. Do we want to say that it's a go, or should we play with it a little bit more? I'd say play a little bit more, just because there's going to be much more weight put onto the sub-assembly, so you want to make sure that you have enough strength in your spring, and it's as little friction as possible to move the whole thing, right? So Well, it goes, that's for sure. We got our tray. All right, that completes the assembly now. Just kidding. So that's our continuation. I'm gonna leave it be. I guess we'll play with it at the end once we get the full assembly, but it does get unwind about halfway probably. On that spring winding. Let's get back to it when we need to check the full mechanism. But it does keep on want to run away from me. All right, put it aside. We're on page number 16. Step number 1 at the top. We need parts number 46 and 247s. Looks like those might be on board number, let's see, 47s are on board number 2. I got 3 of them. We just need 2 for now. And 46 would be on board number 2. There was 1, and that's 2, top left corner here. We need 2 of them, so we need 2 of 46s and 2 more of 47. There, 47 on board number 1, 46 on board number 2. All right, so with the hold down and this kind of angle facing away from you, we're gonna put it over 46 from left and right side. And the other part is matching, so that's towards that opening. And just make sure you snap it all the way in. Same thing, this little opening is away from you and these 2 things are facing you. I mean facing away from you. That's 2 of these. Then step number 1 at the top, we need part number 48, that's on board number 2. And it's a little to the right of the center line on the bottom here. That one's a little fragile, so carefully snap it out. Might want to use the knife to cut the connection points. As long as you can see them, they're right next to these little circles on the left and right hand side. So now it comes out much easier. And then part number 49 and 50, both of those are on board number 1. And there's only 2 of these are left. So 49 is a little below the middle on the left hand side. Need to get to it. And then 50 is on the bottom right at the center here. So 50 we do need to send the connection points on both sides and wax the piece all around. And now part number, I'm gonna wax this little tab where these are gonna go onto. So 49 goes right on the bottom here of this piece number 48, and then 50 is gonna go right underneath with the longer piece sticking out towards me. And make sure you snap it all the way in, so this one on the bottom is visible. Step number 2, we're gonna put these little E1s on both sides. So they're gonna go into the slots and all the way in on both on right and left hand side. And that's our E2, and that's gonna go with this little tab sticking forward. That's gonna go right into the slots right here, right at the front. Still wants to run away from me as far as it can go. And then step number 2. We need part number 51, which is on board number 2, bottom left. That's all the way part at the bottom, right above the 106 and 104. So just pull that out, push that out, and that's gonna go down and then onto these little tabs at the front. Actually, these little tabs. Both sides, right and left. It has to go onto these 2 tabs that are on these sides, all the way in until both of these are flush to each other, and that's our part E. Moving on to the page number 18. Step number 1, we need parts number 42, 52, 2 of them, 53 and 54, and we need to make 2 of these. So they're all on board number 2. The top right is 53, a little to the right of the center line. So this one you might want to pre-cut if you're not sure if you'll be able to push it out without breaking it. So 2 52s. 54s are to the right of it. So that one I would pre-cut and recommend you guys to do the same, because usually these long parts, they break fairly easy. So pre-cutting it, make it kind of safe, and make sure that you don't need to wait for the replacement on these guys. So 2 54s. And then 42s, the little to the right of that. 2 of them right in there. And then 4 52s there all the way on the right. All right, so here we need to wax this little tab here on a number 54. The long portion of it. And let's see, so we need the 42. It's gonna go into 52 with the circles facing outwards. Let's see, with the shorter piece. Alrighty, like this. Then 42 is gonna go through 53. I think it doesn't matter which side it is, but I would wax 52 all around, or 42 all around, because it's going to be moving onto this portion. Then we put part number 54, which is going to stay there permanently in one location. It's not rotational. And then we lock it with a 52 on the other side. Squeeze it together, and you got a little arm here, and we do repeat the same process again. Wax part number 42. The shorter piece is gonna go into 52. Then we do 53, 54, and select it up with 52 again. All right, and then step number 1 to the right, we need part number 55. That's on the bottom left of board number 2. And let's see, we need to make sure that F1 on the right hand side, let's see, that's where the holes are at, the little circles are drawn. So on the right hand side we have part number 53 on the outside. It's gonna go through this hole, and then once again let's wax the whole thing. So that's gonna go into the bottom hole, and then on the left the 53 should be on the left hand side. It's also gonna go through the bottom hole on the bottom left. So these two are ready, and then we put number 56 there, right here on the below middle on the left hand side. We can take out that rectangle and get the parts out with my helping tool. And these gonna go on to 54s all the way up to right here. That there's like two little lines that it's gonna get stuck onto on both ends, both sides. And that's we're done with F2. All right, moving on to the page number 19. We're gonna lift these two up, and this part's gonna go over these two tabs on the right hand side. So 53 is gonna be away. That's gonna go right into these little holes right here. So kind of need to wiggle it in a little bit on the right and left hand side. I'm probably gonna do this first. Down. Not as easy as one would think. Oh. Push these out, a little bit of a pressure. Here we go. One side is done. The other side. Push this in. Bring this down. All right, both of these are in. again, kind of similar situation. You have to kind of like angle it down first to snap it. And to all 4 tabs. Right side and left side all the way in. That should easily move on inside and out. Then we move on to page number 20. Sorry if I was off the screen a little bit, but this is gonna go over this little tab. That's step number 3. No, we need part number 57 first. So lift these off. We need 57. That's on board number 2, right here, bottom left. And that's gonna go over these first, giving it a little bit of a spacer. Then we put our whatever the 53s, I think, whatever it was, over, and then we lock it with 45. 45 is the top left corner right here. And he's gonna go over, holding it together. I wouldn't push it all the way in, just give it a little spacing so this has a rotational, enough to rotate, and then we try our mechanism again. On the side. Right. All right, this side is fine. This side needs a little bit more spacing. There we go. So we need to work this mechanism also. And I'm gonna do that off the screen. To make sure that, once again, it unwinds all the way, so. All right, guys, I'll see you in a bit. In continuation for our assembly, most likely tomorrow. You need to work in all these additional once again, additional friction that we just built in. And that will complete, once we work it in, that will complete our F. All right, I'll be back, guys. Okay, so we are on page 21, trying to get this working. I mean, I played around with it off the camera, so that's where I am right now. So full winding, you can hear the resistance if you let it go.
it goes through. Did a little bit of slide modification, just because when I take these little rods off, it was going nice and smooth, and then once you put the rods on, that was kind of like a delaying. So what I did, I just sanded up these two parts which interfere with the wheel slightly. So, and once I did that, it's pretty much I can get almost full unwind from the whole assembly once I wind it up all the way in. So goes through, and this is pretty much an indication that we can continue our assembly. We're on page number 22. We need step 1, we need to at the top parts number 58 and 59. We're on board number 2. So on 58 and 59, let's see, 58 is right in the middle here, a little bit to the left of the center line, and 59s are smaller parts, so they're on the left within this rectangle of the larger part. So I'm going to take that rectangle out to make sure it's not on the way, and I'm going to get these with the helping tool. I'm going to get the parts number 59s out, and these go, let's see, there's a little circle on there, so UGears is going to be facing you, and these going to go in the bottom 2 holes. So put it in. If it doesn't go very easy in, just put a little bit of wax on there, and that should get right in. Same thing on the other one. I'm just going to put a little bit of wax to reduce the friction and insert it using my helping tool all the way in. Make sure it sits nice and tight. And let's see, I'm going to put that on the side. And next we need 2 parts number 60. So those are at the top right corner here. Two parts number 60, and these gonna go onto these little tabs with the cutouts there in the middle, with the little hook, I guess, facing away from you. So just gonna snap it in on the right and left hand side. Make sure it's nice and tight in there. And once I do that, step number 3, we need part number 61. This is going to be also in the middle, a little bit too much pressure, so kind of split the board apart a little bit. Still have part number 103, so we just removed it from here, and there's like 2 little steps, so they should be facing up, and that's going to go into 2 little cutouts on part number 60. And I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on these guys on the ends, just to make sure that it's nice and easy here to put it in there, so it slides like on butter almost. All right, and that's our G1. Step number 1 on the bottom, we need parts number 62, 63, 64, 65, and 45. So let's see, 62 is also, we're on board number 2. This is going to be a little to the right at the center line, I guess. Can't see it anymore without that little extra piece on there. 63 is going to be on the right hand side. This is the piece that one of the pieces that I cut out. There's another 103. I'm going to put it on the side. So a little part right here, and now I can do with that board whatever I want. That's our 63. 2 64s. They're going to be on this little part that we took out a little bit earlier. I'm going to use my helping tool to get it out. Let's see, 63, 64, 2 65s. They're also on this part right here. So just push these out, and I can throw that out. And we need parts number 45. They're going to be at the top left corner of board number 2. There's 1 spare. 4 left. All right, so 63 right in the middle hole with a hook facing up. All the way. Then 64 with a thicker portion, thicker tabs, gonna go into the openings. Once again, I'm on the larger tolerance of the cuts, so it is a little bit harder to push it in. A little thicker material. Then anticipated, but we're still within the tolerance. Then 45 is going to go over it as far as it can go on both sides. And then lock it up with 65. Make sure that little circle facing outward, so you can see that's a nice decorative piece. It's G2. Now we need step 1 in the middle here on page number 22. We need that large piece on the left hand side. There are a couple, we took out most of the internal components, so there's 2 more that is left. I kind of try to push it from the back, that way if you pull any material with it, it's gonna come off and stay on this little board on the side. So with this, with the tabs away from you, we need to put 2 ports number 67 here, actually right here on the bottom ones, and then 68s at the top right. Let's see, I mean top right and left holes. So the number 67 are right to the left of the center line, a little below the middle here. And I'm gonna break the rest of the board off to make sure it's not in the way. It's port number 61. And then port number 68, it's gonna be bottom left here. And then another one's going to be on one of my broken pieces. It's a bottom right, a little bit below the middle on the right hand side if you have the board intact. So just push it out. Easier said. All right, so 68 is going to go, there's a little arch on all these parts. So make sure the arch is outward. So like as you put it on here, 68's got a little bit cut off edge here, so that's gonna go towards the back in your case, in our case, and make sure it's all the way in. So, and another one on the left hand side, all the way in. And now same thing with parts number 67. They're gonna go in the first set of holes on the right and left hand side. First set from you, the double holes, right and left. And once again, the little arch is on the outside, so this and this side. Moving on to page number 23, step number 2. Before I go further, make sure that we're recording, we're good. Part number 70 is the top right corner of the board number 2. I got nothing else on this little piece, and there's like a little L shape, so the L is gonna go up. They're gonna go into these 2 little cutouts. So one on the right, one on the left, and it needs to go almost all the way in until it's flush. And so you might want to use the helping tool just to make sure it's nice and straight and flush. Right and left hand side. All the way in, and that's our G3. So we can put it on the side for a split second. Gonna take our assembly, and take our G1. G1 is gonna go up on the front here with the 2 tabs going through these little holes, and I would put a little bit of wax. All the way in, and then G2 is going to go right at the center with the hook facing up at the ends actually. So a little bit of a wax. And that's page 23. Moving on to the page number 24, our large G3 with these two holes facing towards the front right here. So we're gonna put it over and a little bit under the angle to make sure that we can get it over these little tabs. Let's see. Might have to pull on it a little bit, bring it over, and then let's see. These two holes, they're gonna get so we need to move this a little bit forward. And there's like two little slots here on this part, so that's where these two little hooks gonna go into. And let's see, bring it over. This is gonna go onto the little tabs. Probably would be a good idea if I wax them a little before I start putting it in, but I'm gonna use my helping tool just to help me push it all the way in. These two tabs, these tabs, and there's two in the back that need to slide it into. Alrighty. Now I need to make sure that the wheels are not nice and clear. So after we do that, let's see if we can still run it, because there's a little bit of interference there. Yeah, a lot of interference. I'm gonna have to probably work this a little bit. All right, I'm gonna take it off. And let's see, front. And I'm gonna work this part slightly just to make sure that we can operate it nice and easy. Let's see, I'm gonna take it off and double check on this. As I squeezed it a little bit too tight on the wheels. All right, this still works. And so now here I want to work off a little bit of a material off of these parts where the wheels go. So I'm just gonna bend little sandpaper, fold it up a little bit so I can reach in here and get a nice smooth surface to make sure that with my wheels moving, even if they are touching it, it's nice and very clean without any connection points or burrs, just to make sure that it's moving nice and easy in these sections. So there's 3 sections on each side that I want to wax, sand a little bit, maybe put a little bit of a wax too. And the 3rd section, just to eliminate as much friction as possible. I guess that's one of the reasons why they're giving you so much sandpaper for this specific model. Maybe they anticipate, or maybe they made it on purpose a little bit. All right, and I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax here on all 6 sections. Just a little tiny bit. All right, let's try it out. Once again, this is the front. Moving up, forward. Where am I getting stuck here? All right, and now we redo it again, starting with the front, middle, these 2 sides, this tab here and left and right. Make sure it's all the way in on both sides, and then the back. All right, let's see if that helped. Maybe a little bit, but not interference. Where's the interference? Make sure that we're not need to make sure that it unwinds nice and easy. Once again, there's a little bit of friction, so every time you add a little component, it gets a friction, and probably gonna have to take it off and sand it a little more. Yeah, let's do that. So this is going to be a little bit longer assembly than anticipated. Careful removing it if you're doing the same thing. All right, let's see if I don't take it off completely. My wheels are not moving because I squeezed them a little bit, so they're now against the surface of the body. And I'm probably going to want to fix that too a little bit.
to make sure that we have nice and smooth motion on both ends. All right, take one end off, the other end off. All right, so I just squeezed the wheels more in, so now they're rubbing against the body. So I might want to do a little bit of a surgery here. So let's see, we're gonna take this off, move that off the let's do a little fixing. All right, this is off. All right, let's get these guys done. So I'm gonna take another sandpaper. I'm gonna do a little sanding here. I'm probably gonna take all 3 wheels off just to make it easier. All around, just to reduce the friction as much as we can. All right, and then another thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that wheel, put it down on the sandpaper, and just do that sanding motion. Also, once you're done with it, I'm gonna have a little bit of paper towel here to remove that any dust. And I'm gonna use the little wax and just apply a little wax on the wheels, just to give it a little bit more lubrication. Now let's put it back on. So we need to make sure we match the other side. This one with the tallest tab is going to go in the middle, and then 2 short ones on the side, left and right. Okay, long one first. Short 1 second. That's gonna go on here. We need 1 more, and we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. After we complete that, we'll just, sorry if I moved you guys. And we're gonna do the same on the other side. So that was this. Now we're gonna do on opposite. And we're gonna do the same thing. So I'm gonna remove all these parts. This one's nice and tight. the same thing. All right, where's our sandpaper? Little sanding on the wheels. Sanding on here. And that should help us to reduce the friction, to make sure that everything operates nice and easy. All right, once again, need to make sure we match the wheels. Let's see, this should work still, right? That should not happen. Separation. Need to make sure we fix that. I should have not done that, I guess. All right, let's put the wheels back on. And then make sure that everything works. All right, we waxed, sanded all that. Now we can check to make sure that it doesn't fall out. Trying to fix something and then I break something. All right, let's remove that. Make sure it works. These two wheels should not. I guess I have to work it in again. All right. That works. Now let's put the parts on. That side is operational, and the other side. So as you can see, a little bit of a fix in here. Not as a simple assembly as some other ones, but we need to do some things in order to make sure that everything works operating as needed. All right, a little tighter. But we're gonna get it to work, so that's the main point. These two guys. I guess I put a little bit more wax on it, so that wax needs to settle down a little bit. Almost there. All right, let's reassemble everything. So I see some movement, which is good. We just need to play with it to reduce all that friction as much as possible. So let's get it back together, and we'll go from there. All right, so this guy on here, look it up. That side, same thing on the other side. And all we need is just to play with it until it's nice and smooth all the way out. Until the full spring unwinds. All right, let's put that long part on. And let's see if that helped. All right, let's see where we at. There's one more thing with this plate. We're also squeezing the mechanism a little bit, so that could be also the reason, but let's see. If our
fixing and sanding helped a little with that hesitation. All right. I guess it is squeezing mechanism a lot. Let's see, the book doesn't tell us to check all that, but the unwinding is a little easier than it was the first time we put that plate on, so did help. Should have waxed the other side of the wheel too, so, or sanded, I mean. But we need to make sure that we work it in and that it works nice and smooth for the whole operation. All right. I can almost see the little hesitation here. All right, let's run this like, I don't know, 15, 20 times. So I'm going to be doing this until it's same thing as before, full unwind on the situation. So I'm going to put you guys on pause to make sure that we can continue. All right. I'm gonna do one more installation. We're in page number 25, and that's part number 71. That part is on board number 3, and it's at the top center right there. There's ports number 74 within it. So I'm gonna take it out. That's gonna go be installed right here onto these little tabs. Let's see, there's a hole. So we need to make sure that hole is on the left-hand side. And after I install that, I'm gonna go ahead and play with the mechanism. And make sure it works. All right, let's see. It's probably the same thing still. So yeah, I'm gonna work it in and I'm gonna get back to you guys. Okay, so played around with it for about, I don't know, maybe like 30-40 times or so. Just winding, unwinding, and that's the result so far. So there's still a little bit of a hesitation, but I've already had a couple times when I was almost fully unbound on its own. So it just keeps on getting stuck somewhere. So this is, once again, I'll have to play with it a little bit more once we get to the final stages, just to make sure that it runs. But this winding and unwinding, that's one, or unless you want to disassemble and reapply wax and sand everything. But this is just my way of approaching the situation. So winding, unwinding, usually everything gets settled and eventually will run and work. So I'm just doing this back and forth. The only thing, I use the paper towel around here, because these things, after a while, they just damage your fingers. So that's pretty much where I'm at. Remove this thing, and there you go. So almost all the way, but we're almost there. Let's move on to page number 26. We need to put more parts on here. Part number 72, it's on board number 3, top left corner. So this one, with all these tabs towards the top, make sure that slit is on the right hand side, and we put it from the back onto these 3 little tabs. And so we need to line them up. In my case, I'll need to wax them. And put that part on. All the way. And moving on to page number 27, we're gonna put this aside for now. That's our subassembly G. Moving on to page number 27, we need parts number 73, 74, 75, board number 3. 73 is, let's see, middle on the left hand side. Uh, 74 and 75, there should be on the same board. Let's see, 75 is the top right corner here. within the part number 76, so I'm gonna take the whole thing out so it's easier to take the 75. I'll probably use my knife here just to get it out. Looks fragile. And then 74 is let's see, that was a little part, these little pieces that were inside another part. So I'm gonna pre-cut that one also. Just find that connection point, a little bit of a pressure with a knife, and then that should help it to remove it much easier. And once again, because I'm at the larger tolerance, so I'm gonna use a little bit of a wax. Make sure UGears is in the bottom right corner and all the design is facing you. We're gonna go in the bottom right hole. I'm gonna use my tool, help me out, and this says these little handles should go diagonally from top left, excuse me, to bottom right. Just put it over. Next step number 2, we need part number 76 and 64. 76 is the top right corner. 64. Let's see where we at. 74. 64, 93. Where would we find part number 64? Bottom left. It's all the way bottom left corner. That's where the part number 64 is at. There are 2 of them, so we just need 1. That's gonna go from the back of part number 76 through that little hole. Keep on forgetting to apply a little bit of wax on it all the way through, and then that sub-assembly that we just made, it's going to go in the center, that top center hole to line it up. And that's our part H. That should be sticking out, so I'm going to leave it as is for right now. Step number 1 on the right, we need part number 77, 78, 79, and 80. Let's see, 77 is on the right hand side. There's 2 parts, 81, and which we will need for the next step. Also, I'll just take both of those out, so neither one is on the way. 81 is on the right. 77, 78, they're within this little rectangle here, so I'm gonna push it out. $78. It's a little handle. 79 on the same board. And 80, also on the same board. All right, so 78 is gonna go into these little tiny holes right here at the top. It's a little handle. 79 is gonna go into the bottom left hole. It's a step. And then part number 80 is going to go into that little tab into the hole of part number 80. Just like this. And that's our H2. We're going to put it on the side. Bottom left, step 1. We need part number 81. 78 again. Uh, 79 and 80, so same parts. And once again, a little bit of a wax. Smaller holes is the part number 78. Then 79 with the design facing up. And then that's going to go into 80 with a little 2 lines facing towards the same where it says 5972. All the writing and design. That's our H3. And then step number 1 in the middle of page number 27, we need part number 82. That's the one on the left hand side, the one that we just pulled that little parts out of. 83, that was on the same little board. And then we'll put a little bit of wax inside of 83, so inside of these little holes. I have a smaller piece here. And that's going to go over this little tab and down. So moving part left and right, and then we're going to lock it up with 84. And that's going to be our part H4. On 84, I'm going to put a little bit of wax here just to make sure it's easier to lock. That's going to go into this slot right above that part number 83 that we just put. And we just slide it in to lock 83 in, and it should be moving left and right. That's our H4. Page number 28. We're going to take our sub-assembly and H, this little guy, I'm going to wax the little tabs. They're going to go into the back here. And then push it in into the bottom hole here, or is it top, so it doesn't need to go all the way in. Wait, it shows top, but I think it should be bottom. All right, squeeze it in. Step number 2, we need H2, and that's going to go over this little tab and locking on the side tab of this little part. And then H4 is going to be going on the back, and that's going to be with these 2 holes going to go over these 2 tabs, the ones that are on the chassis. And I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on these guys too. I keep on forgetting not to go off the screen. And then step number 4, we need the last part H4, or H3, I should say. It's going to go on these tabs here. That's the door on the other side. And it fits perfectly. All right, step number 5 on page number 29. We need to cover this up, and then we need parts number 85, 86, and 87. So they're all on board number 3. So 85 and 87 are right next to each other, and then 86 are below, they're right at the center, and then one a little bit to the left. So 85 is gonna go on the left hand side, and this little cutout here is gonna be on the left. And we just snap it in onto the tabs. Once again, you can wax them a little bit.
and make sure you match these little designs. So there's a line with the rivets, and there's one with the multiple rivets and one with 2 on each side. So just make sure you match them up so it looks nice and clean and they don't stick out. And then 87 all the way at the back, the last one. Alrighty, so everything is nice and set. Step number 6, we need 88 and 89. They're on board number 2. So 89 is the, let's see, we're in the bottom center. That's the bottom one. And then 88 is going to be on the left hand side, one part off of the edge. Let's see, and then obviously a little bit of a wax on both sides. And then this guy, 88, with the hole to have this open. Go towards the top. We're going to insert it in a little tab that is in the back of the train. And push it in. And then we're going to snap it into the little opening on the side here. And then 89, same thing. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on these little tabs. And the same thing, it's going to go right above the keyhole with the opening to make sure the key is open. Or the winding mechanism is open. So that's going to go on the right. They're a little bit angled, so that's the opening. And then we flip it around 90 degrees. That would be 180. They're gonna go on the other side. We need parts number 90 and 91. They're on the same board, 91 and 90 is on the left, or 91 is on the left. We still have few small parts on board number 2, which mine is disintegrated a little bit, the board itself, but that's totally okay. All right, so first we're gonna do part number 91 on the bottom. Line up the hole. Lower it down and then snap it into the opening. And then the other one, make sure the keyhole is visible. And that's where the arch needs to go to, like right here. All right, that's step number 7. Moving on to the page number 30. And here we need part number 92 and 93. They're on board number 3. 92 is below the middle on the left hand side, says UGears on it. And then 93, let's see where 93 is at. 93 would be right next to it, the little weird looking tab to the left. All right, that one's gonna wax a little bit, and then let's see with the shorter stem, it's gonna be towards the inside, towards the wording UGears. It's gonna go right in the top middle hole there, all the way. And that's a guy. We're gonna wax the tabs. That's gonna go right in the middle here, with these 2 tabs going through these holes. So we're gonna slide it in first and then slide it down, snapping it in place. All right, so, and then step number 10, we need part number 94, 2 of them for step number 10 and 11. Both of those in the top right corner of board number 3. It says Hogwarts Express in there. Once again, I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax on both tabs. And these gonna go into the 2 holes that are in the middle of the train on the left and right hand side. All right, that's our H. Moving on to page number 31,
step number 1. We need parts number 95, 96, 97, and 98. All of them are on board number 3. Let's see, 95. There are 2 of them. They're gonna be on the right hand side, about middle. 2 of 95s, 96. Where's 96? 96. Oh, we had it on one of the little pieces that we took out a little bit earlier. And 97 is right next to it. And then 98, it's that long part on the right hand side, a little below the middle, closer to the edge. So here we need to wax this tab here. On the side. And let's see, it shows to send a little bit of corner. Well, I should have sent it first before I waxed it. Let's see. Send a little side wax, and then we need to sand and wax part number 97 to get rid of all these connection points, and we need to wax it all around too. 96 is gonna go through it. And then I'm assuming that should be right at the center here. Then this piece is gonna go through 98. That should be upside down, doesn't matter, I guess, because it's the rotational parts. And then 95 gonna go over this part number 96. Make sure you match the 95s, that they're the same direction, and these pointy sharp point should be towards this little tab. All right, and then make sure it rotates nice and free. Step number 1 on page number 31 at the top right side. That's our I1. We need, put it aside, we need parts number 74 and 99. So 74 I have sitting here on the right. So just need 2 for this application. And then part number 99, that's on board number 3. To the right of the center line, below the middle. And I'm gonna wax these little tabs because I'm sure they're gonna come useful at some point of time. Make sure that we have some lubrication on here to insert whatever we need to insert on here. All right, and then 74s with the thinner portion. I'm gonna go into these 2 holes. And there is a directionality, so we need to make sure that we face this the right direction. So we got these little 2 cutouts. They should be on the top. So 74 is going to go from this side with the thinner tabs on the right and left. All right, and then this gonna go into our sub-assembly, I1. That's step number 1 on the bottom here. This is gonna be from the same side where we just put part number 74. It's gonna go over, and we're gonna put it onto these 2 parts 95. So I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on top and the bottom with these 3 cutouts towards the top. Make sure we match everything. Little tough part because it's here you go, right side and then left side. Need to make sure that we don't break it. And you gotta almost can't put it really diagonally, so need to almost do it perfect, perpendicular to the surface. Otherwise, if you put it under the angle a little bit, it's not sliding in very easy or at all. There you go, one side and then this side. All right, so now everything correct. Make sure these two cutouts are on the top while this hook facing down. And now here we go, all the way, and the other side all the way. And then we put in step number 2, we put part number 100. That's gonna be right side just below the middle. And these two openings, they should match cutouts. They should match the cutouts. The larger cutouts should match the ones on the opposite end. And we're gonna go over from the back, slide it over, and it's gonna go snap onto parts number 74. Right and left side. All right, and that's our A3. We need one rubber band, the small one. There are 2 comes in the kit, so we just need one of them for now. At least in my case, there are 2, maybe 1 spare. So that one's gonna go over this little opening and lock it in. So just kind of slide it down and until it stretches a little bit, and lock it up. Moving on to the page number 32, that can go on the side. We need part number 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105. So 101 and 102 is going to be on board number 3. They're right in the middle here on the right hand side. I'm going to pre-cut these. And then what it looks like 103, I think 104, all these guys were on board number 2. So let's see, I got 103 bottom left, 104 is all the way at the bottom there, and 105 is right next to it. Now we need to wax and sand all these little parts. So 105, all the connection points, 104, and 103. So they'll just sand it a little bit, and then wax. set wax 105 also all around. Not sure where I need to put the wax, but just gonna do it all around. I'm gonna do little forks too on the 101 and 102, and also the tabs where the part's gonna need to go over. All right, so 101, 102 all the way. 103 is at the end, and that's gonna go all the way to the end. All the way to here, so you might wanna, good thing I waxed it, and then you might wanna sand it just a little bit. And then 104, 105 is gonna go on the end. And 105, let's see, that should be vertical, so 105 is going to go onto it with this little tab towards the top and the one in the middle towards the left hand side, just like this. And then step number 2, we need parts number 107, 106, 107, 103, 103, and 108 and 109. So a lot of those parts are still in board number 2. We got 107, bottom left, and 108 is there too. That's it with this piece. Uh, 109 is also was on there. That's looks like on the right hand side. That piece from the right end. And then 2 103s. They're also like on pieces from that board, just disintegrating. And part number 106, that one's on board number 3 in the bottom right, well, at the edge there. Alrighty, so here we got that little sub-assembly that we just did with the tab on the edge towards the top and the other one towards the left hand side. We're gonna put 106 over, so without all that nice design is away from you. I'm gonna put it over here, so it's gonna rotate over the part number 103. Then we do 107. 107's got 2 little dots on here, so we're gonna move it down and lock it up all the way as far as it can go. And then I'm gonna put 2 103s over that. 1 and 2. Then 108. And then lock it up with 109 with a little circle that is drawn on there towards the outside. And that's our I4, and make sure this little piece can easily rotate. All right, we're in step number 1 on the right, top right. We need our I3 that we just made, and then I4. So to turn that upside down, let's see, with the shorter piece, that's gonna go right, let's see, over these little tabs. So this thing gonna be towards the bottom, and we need to put it on the top tab right here. Lock it in. Just like this. And then step number 2, we need part number 110. That's on board number 3, right at the center here. With the longer piece tab facing down. put the top tab right through on the opposite end of that I4. Just like this. And then step number 3, we need parts number 112 and 111. They're right at the bottom here. Let's see, 111 says stop, and 112 is to the right of it. There's a few 112s. So 112 is going to go, let's see, if we're looking from the right hand side, 112 is going to go on the, which way? On the ones, on the holes right below the, on the tabs right below the holes. And so these two cutouts are here, and then stop is going to go at the top, two top tabs. All right, and then step number 4, we need parts number 113 and 114. 114 is on the right hand side here. There are 4 of them, but we just need 1 for now. Not easy, so I'm gonna pre-cut. Put one on the side, and then 113, that's right at the center line here. With 113, with the shorter piece on the left, 114 is going to go on the right with the little tab that has a cut through. So that's going to go right in the middle. No, looks like it. To 114, so I do need both of them. I'm going to wax these little tabs for sure. Put them right next to each other, and we're going to insert them into the middle hole with the shorter side facing to the left, longer to the right, and the design obviously towards you. Just like this. Moving on to the page number 33, and we're going to take our sub-assembly on the same side. The little part that we just made is going to go on the one right below the 112, 2 tabs. So this facing down, and then 115 with this little line towards the top. It's going to go right underneath this. Alrighty. Moving on to step number 6, we're good. We're going to turn this around sub-assembly, and we're going to do parts number 112 and 116. They're on the bottom here, right at the center. .116 is going to go at the top with the word start on the left-hand side. And then 112 right below that, so the 112 is going to be right underneath the little cutout. Moving on to the page number 8, we need another, step number 8 on page number 33 on the bottom there. We need 113 and 114, and then 115 also, and then 2 114s are on the right hand side, so those guys were in the center. All right, let me break this off. It's easier to pull. These guys out. And then once again, a little bit of wax on the tabs right next to each other. And now with the shorter part on the right hand side, these gonna go from the design perspective facing down. All right, and then this is gonna go in the middle, or the tab right below the middle. 2 tabs, and 115 with this little cutout facing towards the top. It's going to go on the bottom. So we got one more left there, and that's step number 10, part number 117. That's on the bottom, a little bit to the right of the center line. So with the little dot towards this little rubber band. So little opening, and once again there's a little design there, so make sure it's visible. And that's little sub-assembly I5. Moving on to the page number 34. Let's clean up a little bit here. Check our recording. We need part number 118. That's on the board number 3, bottom right. And I'm gonna take all these 134s out from the back. And then the part number 119, that's, let's see, and there are 2 of them on the bottom left, a little to the left of the center line. So I'm going to take both of them out for now. All right, there's a little bit of a directionality too. So there's a shorter end before the first cutout, and there's a longer end before the first cutout. So the longer end should be closer to you, and then the shorter, with this first cutout, that's what's gonna go onto the part number 118. So we're gonna push it through a little bit, and then insert that 119 over. Then we need part number 120 and 121. They're on the right hand side of the board number 3. 121 is the bottom, and 120 right in the middle on the right hand side, all the way at the edge. Need to work it out a little bit. Here we go. Well, that was a while. 120, that's a little bigger part. Yeah, that's the last one that we just inserted. That's going to go in the middle cutout with the bottom one. Once again, you might want to put just a little bit of wax on all these guys. It will make it easier. Much easier. And then the same thing with 121. Most bottom one, it's going to go on that closest step or opening to you, or cutout. Just like this. And then the second, we're going to turn it around, second 119. Once again with the longer side on the same side, that's going to go all the way on the bottom here. With the rivets facing you, obviously. That's what it shows, an exclamation point. That's going to go from inside here first. All the way in, and then lock the 120 and 121 onto the cutouts. All right, so that's kind of going diagonal a little bit towards the inside. Next step, that was number 4 that we just completed. Next step is on page number 35, step 5. We need part number 122 at the top. So 122 is going to be on the left hand side on board number 3, and then once again with the longer side towards the back, that's going to go through this opening here. I'm going to need to put a little bit of wax on these cutouts for sure, just to make sure that we can insert it all the way in. And make sure it snaps in. then on 120. And then 121. Then next step, number 6, we need part number 123. That's on the top of board number 3. And let's see, 124, we can take it out. And then 74, 2 little parts. Had them taken out before, so with the thinner portion is going to go into the 2 holes that are in the center here, in the center x-axis. Pre-insert them a little bit, and then push it with a little helping tool all the way in. All right, and then part number 124 that we just pulled out, there's one spare one. Three on that little sheet. They were within part number 123 there. And then part number 125, that one's going to be on the bottom left of board number 3. All right, so we're going to do these. The little part number 123 going to go in first. And then it's going to go right at the ends of these longer parts. And then let's see, 124, 124, and that's slit. And then part number 125 to right on the top to lock these guys in. And that's our I6. Moving on to page number 36. That I6 gonna go with the tabs on the other side. They're gonna go into the 3 holes. Let's see, the one that have slots right next to them. So this guy's gonna go inside. One second. Let me disconnect this for a second. I thought this should be moving up and down. We just need to go past this little guy. All 3 sides. Make sure they're sitting all the way in. And then we put a part number 126. It's on the left hand side of board number 3. Might need a little bit pre-cutting here. This guy with a little notch or tab towards the right hand side. We're gonna insert it right into this little hole. I'm gonna put a little wax on there to make it easier. On the right hand side. As I'm looking at it, so the taller thing is towards the top. closer to you. So from that side, you insert this into the part number, whatever the last one was. And as you insert it, and then kind of in and diagonally down. All the way in. Make sure it snaps everywhere, and then I'm gonna wax a little bit that tab. Moving on to the page number 37, and then 127 in step number 3. That's the one on the all the way on the left. With the thinner portion towards the front here. Kind of similar way, we're gonna insert it diagonally and then snap it in one at a time along this little length. So that's going to go into here. And then towards the middle. And I'm going to put a little bit of wax on here too. So the first one will be easier to slide in, and kind of a little bit, not as much pressure to put it down. And that's gonna go on the left hand side all the way in, just like that, with a little part sticking out. So, or right side if you're looking at this way. That's our eye. We're on page number 38. I'm gonna put it aside right now. At the top, we need part number 128, 64, 129, and 130. Let's see. So we're on board number 3. 128 is right in the middle here. I mean, at the center line below the middle. 129 is the top right corner. And then parts number 130 is below the middle on the right hand side of board number 3. And then part number 64, it's going to be, let's see, where was bottom left? So 164, I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on this guy. That's gonna go right with the thicker portion, is gonna go into 128. These two holes at the top, and then as you insert the part number 129 over the 64, that 5972 should be towards the top, towards those holes. And I'm gonna do it against the surface, so that way it's pushing or holding it in the back. And then 130 with these two things facing down a little bit to the right. It's going to be right at the front. And then we need part number 45, 2 of them. Step number 1 on the left hand side. And I apologize for the screams here. Just a second. Give me a moment. Okay, I apologize for these screams. There was a spider on the wall. So the kids are a little bit too excited on that. All right. And then the second part, number 45. And we have one spare. I'm going to put it aside right now. And then 131, that was on board number 3 at the top right corner. And then these 145 is going to go over 131. Going to put a little bit of wax on there and push it in. Both of these on, and that's our J2. And then the step number 1 on the right hand side of board number 38, the J1 is going to go at the front here. And we need to push it through these little 2 tabs. So 2 holes into the 2 tabs at the front. We push it as far as it can go, and just holding it from the back to push it on. And then we're moving on to the page number 39. We need part number 132, that's on board number 4. And it says Hogwarts Express here. A little to the left of the center line at the top. Carefully remove that part, and that's going to go over these 2 tabs that are sticking out. So just hold it from the back once again. All the way to the back. Applying pressure, and that's going to sit at the top. And then step number 3 on the bottom, this little tab, we're going to put a J2 right with the circular portion, parts number 45, towards the top, just like this. And that's our J3. Moving on to the page number 40. Take our sub-assembly, and then this little guy gonna go towards the left-hand side, or right-hand side, I guess, of the movement. And then we're gonna put it down, and these two tabs, let's see, there's 2 holes on the right and left hand side. These 2 tabs are gonna go into these holes. I'm gonna wax them a little bit. I'm gonna wax these little holes, tabs, because they're gonna go on the right hand side. They will need to snap in, and then these guys I'm gonna wax a little bit too, because they're gonna go into the holes up front. So we're gonna push it down towards the inside once you match the holes. One side and the other side. Then we're gonna snap this down, push it in, line it up a little bit, and push these guys down. Oh, there is another tab. Two tabs. So there's hold on, let me push it out. There's 2 holes here. These 2 tabs gonna go into those holes, so I need to wax these guys too. Let's see. So slide it down into inside first. And then down. One side and then the other side. And these 2 tabs, need to make sure the holes line up. So kind of need to press it down and to the left. Let's see, there's a long way. Kind of hard to see where the holes are at. So the one in the center is fine. The one in front is the one that I'm having issue with. To get it inserted,
Here we go. Just need to push it down and in. I'll snap on one side and then snap on the other side and push it in. Make sure it sits all the way in. If you wax it, it'll make it a little bit easier. And then the last two, we need to put these little tabs inside on the side here. All right, and that's our J4. All right, now we need to find that little rubber band. It's should be able to see it from the bottom here. We need to pull on that rubber band and bring it over this little T here. So let's go grab that rubber band with the little hook that we have. On a helping tool, and then bring it down over the T and let it slide over the T. Left and right hand side. Make sure it fits in the holes. So I'm gonna need to put a little bit of a pressure on one side, stretch it up a little bit to get it inserted. I'm gonna go from here, from this end. Hook it. Okay, now it's in there. Oh, fell off the top. Little fiddling around. Gonna have to redo it, so it completely fell off the little top portion there. Somehow I need to put it back on. I'm gonna go in from one end and the other, stretch it out. And put it back on to that part. Don't turn the helping tool. It's on. And now, same exercise. Over the T. Make sure it goes into the both holes, and we're done. And that's our J. And then the next step, I'm gonna put that aside. Moving on to the page number 42, we need step 1, the top left, we need parts number 133, 134, 135, and 136. They're on board number 4, sorry. That's gonna be at the top, so we need 2 of those, so 2 of each. 133, 134. We had these on board number 3, sorry. So we need 4 of these because we need 1 at the front, 1 at the back. 1, 2,
3 and 4. And we're gonna need to sand them and wax them. Then we need two 135s. 135s are on the left hand side, a little bit above the center here. And then 136 right at the top left. 2 wheels. All right, so let's sand and wax part number 134. While I'm doing that, check, make sure we're still recording. And the last one. And we wax them. All around. Little cart, coal cart, I think. All right, so these guys gonna go over the tabs for number 133, which I'm gonna wax just to make sure it's easy to insert. They're gonna go all the way to the ends. And then on one side, we're gonna do part number 135. And then lock it up with 136. And we need one more. And then 136. And that's K1. Moving on to the step number 1 at the top center. Now we need part number 137, 139, 2 of them, and then 138. Let's see, 138 is in the bottom right of board number 3. 137 gonna be in the top left of board number. We're gonna need it later, I think. Another one, yeah. Board number 4, 2 of them, and 2 139s. They're the top right. All right, wax all the tabs. And a larger tab of part number 138. So 137 with the little lines outward. I'm gonna put 138 with this little circular cutout towards you, towards the front. That's gonna go on one side of 137. Then 139s with the little tabs towards the top, on the top of the triangle. We're gonna go into 137. And then we're gonna lock it up with 137 on the other end. So it's the same thing. Just like this. And then 140s, they're on board number 3 on the right hand side. Bottom right. They're gonna go, let's see, on these little tabs. And then step number 4, we insert the wheels from whichever end all the way. And then we lock it up with 135 and 136. Those are on board number 4. Middle and a little below middle on the left hand side, the 135s, and then 136 is at the top left. And make sure these little circle is on the top, that is visible. And then we just need to make sure that they move nice and free on its axis. Work that friction out. And that's K2. That's gonna go at the front there. We need part number 141. That's on board number 3, the last piece here. And we can put the board 3 away now. I would put a little bit of a wax at this little fork, and that's gonna go onto the K right up front here, with the little circular cutout towards the front, because there's like that part would fit right into it. And then we're gonna lock it up with 141. Pre-insert it, and then I'll use my helping tool just to slide it all the way in, make sure that it sits nice and tight. And that's our K. Moving on to the page number 44. And let's see, stop. We're gonna rotate it to stop. And we're gonna wind it up. Take it out and then move into start position. And once again, more parts, more friction, more tension, so we'll need to work this in. That should unwind completely. And start stop works, which is good. So we'll just need to play with it like maybe 5-6 times to see if it unblocks. Here we go. Let's see, we'll stop. Start. So just need to work it in a little bit longer. Make sure it unwinds all the way. And stop. All right, and then start. Start. Well, same as before, I'm gonna do off the camera. I'm gonna work it in a little bit, and then once it's done and completed, we'll get back to you guys just to show you the final result. Once again, it's just make sure you play with it a little bit. I can't do it anymore. I need to probably take a break because this little sharp piece on here, almost done. So gonna put it aside. We'll come back to it. Moving on to the page number 45. Let's see. Need parts number 142, 143, 44, 45. Alrighty, it's all on board number 4, most of them. Part number 142, that's on the right hand side. Longer piece here. And then 144, 143s are right here, so just need one for now. Right at the center here. 144 are going to be on the right hand side. Need two, and then they're a little bit above the middle. And then 145 is right below it. And then there's 2 more sets on the bottom. Or a little bit lower. Alright, so wax these little tabs. And then the difference between 144 and 145, that these lines, they're going to be on the opposite end. So like if you put them together like this is the same. So 144, 145 will have the lines here, and then 144 on the other end. And these gonna go from the side where the lines are at, those horizontal ones. So we're gonna put one on the left and one on the right. That's to lock the wheels in. And then 143 with the sharp point down, or longer piece down. I'm gonna put it right in the middle here. It's step number 1 in the middle. At the top of page number 45, we need part number 146. It's on the right hand side here, top right. And same thing, 144, 145. I probably should take a break because I hear the kids' noises are increasing. Play dates today. So might get loud like it did with the spider. Poor little guy. Had to kill him to save the kids. Same thing. Inserting the 44, 45. And 143 with the longer piece down. And that's our I2. I'm gonna put it on the side, and then we need step 1 on the bottom there of page number 45, bottom left. We need 2 147s because we're gonna need to make 2. Then we need 4 148s. They're on the bottom here. That's the thicker ones. Bottom left, up board number 4, 2, 3, 4. Then 4 number 149s. They're the middle and the top left of board number 4. And then parts number 45, they're on board number 5, and they're right a little bit above. Let's go with the ones at the top here. So we need 1, 2, 4 of these two. I'm gonna take the whole line out. We need 1, 2. 3 and 4. Wax, sand and wax. Make sure we get rid of these connection points. And wax all around. And we need, that will make the wheels. So here, wax these guys. Oh, and I'm gonna wax the tabs on part number 147 also. These long guys, right and left hand side. And then the 148 gonna go on first from both ends. Then 149. Then we lock it up with a 45 on both sides. And we repeat the same thing on the other guy. Alright, and that's our two wheels I3s are done. And then we need step number 1 on the right, bottom right, part number 150 and 63. So those are on board number 4. 150 is a little to the right of the center line here. Oh, and we need to make 2 of them, so to the left and to the right of the center line. And we need 2 63s. So 63s, they're right here, right in the middle on the right hand side. Let's get them out. One and 2. I'm gonna wax the tabs just to make sure it's easier to insert. And then they're gonna go from the side where the rivets are at, with the hook facing up, which doesn't matter, I guess, when you insert it. At this point of time, it doesn't matter which way, up or down, because then you can change it. And that's our I4. Moving on to the page number 46, I'm gonna take I2, this is I1. And we need part number 151. 151 is going to be on board number 4, a little below the middle here. And then these 2 top holes. So that's going to be our I1. This one, directionality, doesn't matter. Wax the tabs for easier insertion. And then these tabs too, I'm gonna wax on 151. And then I2 is going to go on the other side. Make sure they just match. And the nice pretty picture is towards the outside. Alrighty. And then we insert these little wheels from the front and the back. Need to separate it a little bit. Don't pull it too hard, just to make sure we don't snap it. Two up front, two at the back. And probably want to work it in a little bit. And two in the back here. One and two. And then step number 3, we need to lock it up with parts numbers 152, 153. They're on board number 4. 152 is at the top here, a little bit to right at the center, I want to say. And then 153 is below the middle on the right hand side. 153 is going to go on the side where the plate is at, and with this tab in the middle, it's going to go towards the plate. So and then 152 is going to go up front with a cutout towards the center of the cart. And that will lock it in so the wheels won't fall out. And that's our step number 3. Step number 4, we need parts number I4. One from the front, one from the back, with the hooks going facing up. Right, so on these we're going to need to insert, and they need to go as far as possible. Lock it in, and same thing on the other one, on the other side, except doesn't need to go as far. And then step number 5, once again a hook towards the top. Step number 5, we need parts number 45 and 65. 45s we had that out, we just need 2. And then part number 65, they're going to be on board number 5 also. On the right hand side here. 1 and 2. And he's going to go at these tabs that are sticking out. So 45 is going to go on first. All the way. And then make sure the circle is towards the outside. That's where the 65 is going to go on. And we already checked to make sure the wheels are rolling, so you just need to work it in a little bit to make sure they spin nice and easy. Moving on to the page number 47, need part number 154, step 1, and 155. They're on board number 4. 154 is right in the middle here. And then 155 is on the right hand side. There's 4 of them. So I'm going to push the whole part out and pre-cut it at least one connection point. Tough guys. All right. Wax all the tabs. I'm just gonna continue and wax every single tab that I see, because once again the material is a little bit on a higher tolerance. So, and these guys gonna go into the 4 holes that are on the bottom here, from the side where the rivets are at. And I'm gonna use the helping tool to get myself a little help. And that's all the way in, and that's our I6. Part number 1, step number 1 in this middle here at the top of page 47. You need part number 156. It's right at the center below the middle. And 2 parts number 157, they're also right at the center, almost at the edge there. So these guys gonna go diagonally into these little openings, and then make sure the UGears is facing towards these parts. So right and left. I know I said I'm gonna wax them, but if I can insert it, it's totally fine. And then step number 2, we need part number 158. It's on the right hand side, bottom right. That's gonna go into these 2 157s with the long pieces facing up, so kind of like a U shape. Make it easier. And then 159, bottom right of board number 4. That one's gonna go into that hole with the rivets towards the top. And it's gonna go with that one single long tab like this. And then step number 6, I6, I'm gonna go over through these 2 holes or tabs. And that's our I7. And then we take our card, and then I7 will go over, and then snap in the corresponding holes. So like that opening is gonna go over the circular opening over this opening where the wheels, where you can see the wheel wells. Line up the holes, and then on the bottom there. And that's our I8. Moving on to the page number 48. It's our call card coming to life. Step number 1, we need parts number 161, 64, 160, and 161. So 64 is at bottom right here. 2 of them, then 160 and 161 bottom left. And we're gonna need to make another one a little bit later. So I'm gonna push both of these guys out. Just gonna be opposite view. Mirror image. Alrighty. Wax. Wax. Alright, let's do the first one, 160, that doesn't have the lines on there. Let's see, 164 is going to go through the hole all the way, and then 161, same way. It's got 2 lines on the bottom there, just facing the same direction. And then step number 2, we need part number 162 at the top a little above the middle, or above the middle on board number 5. Not the not the highest part, but one below it. Let's see, and then that sub-assembly is going to go in the top hole on the right hand side here from the back, with this little L facing down and to the right. And then we need parts number 79, 80, and 163. So part number 80 is at the top of board number 4, top right. Then part number 79, those should be on board number 5. They're to the left of the center line. And then part number, right in the middle. And then part number 163, looks like, where would that be? 163. On board, that's 169, 150. That's on the part that we just took out, little long piece here. It's on here, 2 of them. Just need 1 for now. So the 163 with the line towards you, towards its rivets, that's gonna go on the left hand side of that little tab. Let's see, and then 179 is gonna go into the bottom right hole with the lines facing towards the top. And then 180 is gonna go in the tab right below there. So these are our steps. And that's our I9 we're gonna put aside. And then on the bottom we do I10. Part number 64 is gonna go through 160. Then 161, same direction. And then we need part number 164. That's gonna go on the left hand side now, top hole, same direction. And then parts back onto the board number 4, bottom right, part number 80. And then part number 79 on board number 5 in the middle on the left hand side. And then part number 163 in that line on the right hand side. That's from board number 5. All right, so now 163 is gonna go on the right hand side with the lines towards you. 179 lines towards the top on the bottom left hole. I can't put it there because there's a part on the back there. I use my helping tool. And then part number 80 on the bottom tab with the lines towards the top. And that's our I10. Now on page number 49, I10 is gonna go from, if the hole is towards you, that's gonna go from the left side onto these 2 tabs right here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs. They're all waxed, I believe, on my end. And then the I9 is going to go on the opposite end, same thing. All these little tabs that we need to match. And I believe I did wax all of them, so. This should snap right in. There we go. And then our key, you're gonna go right into this little opening here, and we can turn it a little bit to lock it in. So that's our cold card. Once again, you can work the wheels a little bit. That's I. Moving on to the page number 50. And that's, if you turn it, you can remove it. If you turn it the opposite way, you can lock it and you can't remove it anymore. One way or the other, so you need to rotate it. Kind of make sure it's in X and Y direction, these 4 tabs. It's because if they're a little bit on the side, one side or the other, it's locked, so you can't remove it at all. And then we're moving on to the page number 51. Make sure that we're still recording and we're good. All right, let's make the wagon, little trailer car. Page number 51, step 1 at the top. We need 2 of those. That's wheels, parts number 147. They're on board number 5, top right. And then board number 4, we need 135, 4 of those. And then 165 on the left hand side on board number 4, also 4. And then we're done with board number 4, and we need 2 parts or 4 parts, 45. Got 2 on this little tiny board and 2 from the previous part that was on board number 5. And same thing, we just need to sand and wax these guys. To remove all these extra pieces of wood and the connection points. Alrighty, so wax. And part number 147. I'm gonna wax the tabs just to make it easier to put the wheels on. So the thicker wheels go on first, right and left side. Then we're gonna put the part number 165s on. And then 145s at the ends. And same thing for the second one. Guess the kids went outside. Today's a good weather, so that's why it's a little quiet, suspiciously quiet in the house. All right, step number 1, second from the left, part number 166, 144, and 145. They're on board number 5. So 166 is a little above the middle. We're gonna need 2 of them, and 1 is below the middle there. And 145 and 144 at the top left corner. So we need 2 of each for this first sub-assembly. Once again, a little bit of a wax on the tabs. and the only difference between is which side the lines are on. So these gonna go towards these holes. So if you match them up and lines are on both sides, so you grab the right parts. Line them up and put them into the hole. That's to lock the wheels. And same thing on the other one. Number 2. And more while we at it, I'm gonna put a little bit wax on these tabs of part number 166. And that's our J2, and then we need 167. They're also in the middle to the right of the center line, and one below it, and then once again to parts 44 and 145. I'm gonna wax all these tabs. Everywhere, and then 144, 145. Make sure you match them up so the lines are towards the outside, and we put them in the holes to cover this larger hole, wheel well, I guess, or wheel hole. All right, 1 and 2. And then the step number 1 on the right, that's our J3. Step number 1 on the right hand side on page number 51, we need plate number 168. That's also on board number 5, bottom left. And then we're gonna flip it upside down so the lines are towards the bottom, and then J3 gonna go on the side that is closer to you on the left, and then J3, the second one's gonna go away on the right, and then same thing with the J2s. One is on the left on the away from you, and then one is on the right towards you, just like this. Page number 52, we insert these wheels, so slightly separate these two guys and put the wheels in, push them together. And then step number 3, with the tabs, let's see, flip it upside down, and then this side, I guess it wouldn't matter which side because these tabs, no, the one with a little cutout, that's where we're going to put part number 169, 45, and 65. So that's board number 5. Part number 169 is going to be in the middle on the left hand side, a little above the middle, with these little cutouts towards the top, towards this hole. And we're going to put it over these guys and push it in as far as it can go. Then part number 65 there on the right hand side at the top right, 2 of them. And then 145s, we had it out, just need 2 also. We don't need to wax these guys because there's not going to be any movement on them. These are just for decorative purposes for now. And then 145 goes on first. And then 165 with the circles towards the outside, they're going to go next. And then we flip it to the other side, part number 150 at the top right of board number 5. 2 more 65s right below that. Part number 63, it's right in the middle, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. Oops, broke the board, not the part, which is good. And then parts number 45, 2 more. oops, almost threw out the part. All right, so 63 towards the hook, towards the top. I'll wax it a little bit. And then with the towards the top portion, that's gonna go over the wheels. Oh, I mean the little tabs on the end. And then same thing, 45, all the way to the surface. And lock it up with the 65s. And that's our J, and make sure the wheels move. Same thing, you need to work them in a little bit. So it's nice and easy to move around. Moving on to the page number 53. We need step number 1 at the top left. We need parts number 170, 171, and 172. There should be on board number 5 on the right hand side, and we're gonna need to make 6 of them, so let's do one at a time, I guess. Board 170 is on the right, a little above the middle. 172, you know what, I'll push all of these out, so we need 6. 1, 2, they're all on the same side. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then 171 is going to be on the center. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 172 are on the bottom right. So 6 of these guys. That's our step 1. So it's 170 on the left, then make sure that 171 is going to go in the top hole with the axis facing towards you, right? As this is a seat, and then 172 is on the other side. And we need to make 6 of these guys. Also, to make it a little bit easier, you can wax the tabs a little bit. I'm just using the force. And the last piece. That's our step number 1. Step number 2, we need part number 73, and then once again we need 6 of them. 173 is the bottom right of that board. 2, 6. So that's step number 2. That's going to go in one opening below. 1, 2. Back of the seat. 2. And the kids are back. Alrighty, that's number 5. And the last one. Let's see, step number 4, 3. We need more, 6 more of 173. It's bottom right and the center. And these guys gonna go into, that's gonna be a seat, into the bottom tabs. Or holes. 1, 2, and make sure you squeeze it from all the directions to make sure that the seat is nice and tight. Let's see, 2 more. And the last one. And then the last step, number 4, we need 6 more 171. They're right at the center here, outboard number 5. And once again, with the excess towards you, that's going to go in the last hole on the bottom here. And I'm going to wax the tabs. And 2 more. Okay, and that's our K1. Step number 1 on the bottom there of page number 53. Still on record. We need parts number 174, 2 of them. They're on board number 6. Bottom here, center and to the right. We're gonna need 2 of them. And 4 parts number 175, they're on board number 5 on the bottom here. So just 4. And they're gonna go 1 as this facing towards you, 1 on the right gonna be away, facing down, and 1 on the left gonna be towards you, facing down. And same thing on the other one. 1 on the right away. 1 on the left closer. And the last step on page number 53, step number 1 on the bottom right. We need to assemble the figurines. We need parts number 176. They're on board number 6, right? No, they're on board number 7, right at the center here. We need 3 of them. 1, 2, and 3. And then parts number 177, so these are the characters. 178. And of course Harry Potter himself. 179. And these gonna go into the center holes. And that's K3. Moving on to the page number 54. Take our card and we do K1's going to be on the side that is away from you. Starting with the holes on the left, that's going to face towards the inside, towards the center here. And then the next one's going to face towards the seat. And then the next one's going to be back to back. And the next one's facing towards the inside or the center. Here, one back to back. And the last one facing towards the center. Step number 2, the K2 is going to be in between the seats. I'm going to wax this little tab here and wax the tab on the back and the front. This is the dividers between cards, or between the rooms, I guess. Line up with a hole. And then step number 3, we need parts number 180 and 181. They're in the top right of board number 6. So 180 is gonna go down into the slot. I see. And then 181, we're gonna lock it in just like this, so with a little bit of a motion here. So we're gonna need to hold it, and as we insert 181, need to put it through the hole of 180, just like this, and press it in, so there's a little bit of a movement here. So I can do this, and one at a time. Doesn't matter which side you insert it from, and then 181, make sure that little tab is going to go through the hole, just like this. And then step number 4, we put the characters in whichever way over these little tabs. I'm going to put a little bit of wax on these guys. So they're moving a little bit as the card moves. And that's our K. Moving on to the page number 56, windows and doors. All right, so step number 1 at the top left corner, we have part number 182 on board number 5, the top right. Part number 183, which is going to be on the bottom right. And then 183 is going to go in the bottom cutout here with the flat portion away from you, just like this. And then the next step number 2, we need part number 185. That's in the, let's see, top right here. And then part number 184 right below. It's going to go through the hole. It's like a handle, and then a little lock on the handle. So the handle is towards the hinges, right? And then the lock's going to be outside. So this is lock, unlock. And then step number 1 in the top right, we need part number 186 is the top left of the board number 6. We need to take out these internal parts here. 58, that's a spare. 56, spare 45, spare 78, and then 65 on the bottom here. For the door, so now this door is going to go, little hinge, it's going to go right over here. Let's see, and then we need another part number 183 that came out a little bit earlier. So before we put the door on completely, kind of move it a little bit away, we need to put 183 once again with the flat towards the inside. It's going to go on here, and then slide it into the door slot. Yep. Now the door is locked. And that's our I2. Moving on to the page number 57. Need parts number 187 is on the board number 6, bottom left. 188 and 189. 188 is right in the middle on the right hand side. And 189 it's right here and a little below the middle on the right. All right, so 189 is going to go, let's see, through the hole here at the top. And then 188 is going to go on the left hole, second from the top, with the L down. I guess that's to stop the door from going towards inside. And then we need part number, step number, that's I3. Step number 1 to the right of it, almost to the middle. It's part number 190, top right of board number 6. Part number 185, top right. It's a handle again. And 184 right below it. And kind of similar situation. We need to push the handle with the handle towards the inside of the door, towards the center of the door, and then the 184 is going to go towards the outside of the door, the little hook, making it a lock. And then door is going to go onto part number I3. That's the step number 1 to the right of the middle of the top. So we're going to push it over into that hole. And then we need part number in the step 2, part number 191. This is going to be on the bottom left with the hole towards the back of the door. So this is like the front towards the back. We're going to insert these little tabs, locking the whole thing in. Just like this, and then same thing, door open, door closed. That's I5. And then step number 1 on the bottom left, we need parts number 192 and 193. They're at the center here. I'm gonna pre-cut them a little bit, fragile parts. Is in the back, 193 towards the front. Part number 64. They're on the bottom. Actually, they're within part number 187 there. We need 3 of them. I'm gonna wax them a little bit. They're gonna lock these 2 parts together. And then with the thicker portion outside of 192, then we're going to lock these 2 together. Probably going to have to, well, kids are fine. They're playing. That's normal. All right, then that's I6. And then we take our door and then we put I6 over the door. Carefully squeezing it together, just like this. And that's I7. Moving on to the page number 58. And now make the door on for the opposite side, part number 194 on the bottom left. Part number 6, part number 188, then 189. They're in the middle here on the right hand side. 188 is going to go into this little hole with the L down. And 189 is going to go right into that larger hole, creating a hinge for the door. Then we need to make a door, which is 195 in the middle here on the right hand side, and we need 185 and 184 on the right hand side. Same thing, creating a handle. Handle is towards the inside of the door, and then the hook is towards the outside. And then that door is going to go into the I8. Not sure what those Z1 and Z2 are, but. And then 196 is going to lock it up, which is on the bottom left here. Similar with the hole towards the back, or towards the back of the door. looking at like this. And that's our I-10. Then step number 1 on the bottom left, we need parts number 192, 193. They're also on the bottom here. Outboard number 6, I'm gonna pre-cut them based on the previous experience. (192, 193), and then parts number 164, bottom left, outboard number 6. Still good. It means I still have room and power, battery. And kind of similar scenario, 64 is going to go in these little slots. From one side, and then we're gonna put it right around the door of I-10, creating that nice, oh, the hinge was from the wrong side, so I need to take it apart for a second. I put the hinge at the top from the wrong side, so I'm gonna push it out with my helping tool here and bring it from the back. Here we go. Door. And then this guy. All right, and that's our I-12. I'm gonna put it on the right. And page number 59, step 1, we're gonna take our cart with the figures facing you. I-2 is gonna go onto these 3 tabs. So I'm gonna wax these guys. Here's a step. You're careful not to break any parts, and the door, lock it in. And then part number 197, step 2, that's the one in the center of top of board number 6. Need to take out all these little spare components that we have on there from the windows. Put them on the side if you need them. And this guy is gonna go on the opposite end. There are 4 tabs here. I'm gonna wax them too, just to make sure that we can snap it on easy. And tops. All right, that's now step number 3 on the bottom here. We need part number 198. That one looks like, let's see where it's at. It's on the bottom of board number 6, right at the center here. Let's see, I got nothing in here. That's part number 198. And that's gonna go over a little hook here. And then moving on to the page number 60, I-7, that's gonna go right where that hook is at. So I'm gonna get these guys waxed, little tabs, and we're gonna lock this hook and then I-12 is gonna go on the opposite end, and that's gonna make our part or sub-assembly L. Once again, once you wax it, it's much easier to insert it. All right, we're gonna put it aside for now. Clean out the working space here. And then we need to create M1s, 3 of them. Step number 1 on page number 61 on the left-hand side. Part number 64 on the right-hand side, a little below the middle. 45 on the right-hand side, a little below middle. And then we remove that. That's kind of completes board number 6. And then parts number 65, we removed them a little bit earlier. They were within the port number 186. So same here, I'm gonna take 164s out. And with the longer side, we're gonna push it through 145 and 165. I'll do the 165, or I mean 64, put a little bit of wax on these and push 145 first. Oh, a little bit of entertainment in the background there for you guys. And then once 65 is over that, I think I'm approaching the time limit limit. Just want to make sure that we got it all. So these are M1s. Now we need part number 199, and 199 is at the right at the center of board number 7. And then let's see, these M1's gonna go into the we're gonna skip these two holes to the right and left of the center, and it's gonna go on the right, second hole from the right, hole in the center, and then hole second from the left. That's our M2. Step number 1 on the bottom, we need 4 parts number 200. They're on the bottom right of board number 7. And these with the top tab, I'm gonna wax all these tabs because I know it's gonna be a little tough to put them in because of our tolerances here on this particular kit. The center tab is gonna go into the other 4 holes. Two, 3, and 4. The only thing I'm not getting where that's supposed to be towards inside, so need to leave a little bit space towards the outside. And then step number 2, we need 4 parts number 201. They're all on the top right side of board number 7. Gonna go onto the second and the other 4 tabs.
gonna make a roof. Some singing going on there. Because the girls are very artistic. Yeah, my God. Yeah. Wow. Sorry about that. And that makes it our subassembly M. And then moving on to the page number 62, that's going to go over that card. So doesn't matter which way, you can go left or right. Just the top tab or this little tabs on here. Let me wax it up a little bit on both sides. And get that on. All right, and that's our N, little train cart. Let's see, so this is removable. You can take it out, all the doors open. 1, 2, 3, and then the figures move inside. Let's see, and then now we're gonna make step number 64, step number 1, page 64, step number 1. We're gonna make some rails. We need part number 202 and 203. They're on the left hand side of board number 7. Longer parts, so careful removing those. Then they go in sequence 202, 203. So. Two, and then 203. Part 204 is going to join them, joints. So 1, 2, 3. We need, and then they're going to go into the 3 holes in the middle from the bottom. I'm gonna wax the tabs once again. These rails are just for decoration because there's not enough length to run the full train on them, but they are just to display the model. Unfortunately, UGears doesn't sell any additional track, but you can run the model on the floor. Step number 2, we need parts number 206, 4 of them on the bottom right, and then part number 205, top left. You need 2 of those. Same thing, I'm gonna wax the tabs. Part number 105, and then 106 gonna go the ones that are in the bottom there, the kind of like within the part. Towards the outside. So you, when you put it on the rail, make sure these holes are facing towards the outside. So like in this case, that's this way, and then the other direction on the other end. And then step number 3, on one end we're gonna put part number 207, that's bottom right. There's 2 tabs, obviously. Wax them up a little bit, and then with the nice with the design towards the outside, I'm gonna put it on one end. Hold on,
I'm gonna rotate it around so it's curvature. Make sure we match the curvature of the picture. All right, and then that's 01. Moving on to the page number 63. We need 205s on the two 205s on the edges. Once again, 202 and 203. They're on the left-hand side. And once again, apologies for the extra noises and extra background music. The girls are definitely having a lot of fun there. My guess would be they're doing gymnastics. We have two girls over with my daughter, and that's how much noise they make. I'm in the basement. They're on the first floor. Alrighty. And then we need 3-part number 204. I'm gonna wax the tabs again. And then once again, curvature is this way. One, 2, and 3. On the other side, that's going to make it 02. And then the last piece, step number 1 on the right, make sure the curvature is the same as with the other one, which is this way, like this. And then the step number 1 on the right hand side, we need parts 202 and 203 again. Three parts number 204, top right, and there's one on the bottom right. Mix these guys up. Line these up. 1, 2, and 3. 3 center holes first. 1, 2, 3. Then 2 parts 205 on the edges, and then 206 bottom right. Gonna wax these guys too. .206 gonna go into the slots. And I think my wife just kicked them out outside. All right, and then they're gonna go same thing to on the outside. Make sure 206s holes are facing outwards. And then the part number 208 in the bottom right of board number 7. And now we're done with board number 7. That's going to go on the left hand side with the curvature going like this, away from you. just like this, and that's 03. Moving on to the page number 66, we get to assemble this little line. So just snap these 205s into the 206s. Kind of long. You're probably not going to be able to see it the full length on the video, but if you do the same thing, you know exactly what I'm doing. Alright, so the curvature is the same direction. That's our O rails, and then we can put a train car on there. So there's two hooks, there's a hole, so we assemble like this. That's gonna get assembled too in between, and that's our train. So that completes our assembly of Hogwarts Express. Once again, here we got a little bit of a work to do ahead of us, so we need our little winder key and stop, wind it up, and then start. And then, as I said, I need to play with it a little bit. Hold on, start the other way. I need to play with it a little bit to unwind it because it gets locked up. A little bit of a friction, a little bit more tension, so I'll need to play with it about 10-15 times, and then that will be running for sure, just like before. So that's going to be my recommendations. And then that's pretty much what we need to do, and I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, I'll have to let that model play a little bit to get it running for the other videos and stuff like that I'm doing, and for the trade shows, but pretty much the assembly is complete. So if there are any questions, please leave a comment or send us email at info@ugears.us. If you need part replacement, you can also contact us, and we'll give you all the options that we have. Please do not forget to like, follow, subscribe to our channel. We do have videos for I'm trying to do for all the assemblies for most of the models that UGears has released. Obviously, if you guys don't see anything, send me a comment and we'll do the assembly. This one was requested by one of our viewers, so hence I moved it up front a little bit to get it assembled faster. This is our model. Once again, any questions, leave a comment below. Any comments, obviously, and then we'll see you guys next time. Don't forget to visit our store, UGears.us, and also our sister store, UKidzToys.com. That's UKIDZTOYS.com. We have a lot of wonderful toys in there outside of UGears, and you can purchase the model on either one of them. We'll see you guys next time with the next assembly. Thank you for being here, and see you soon.